All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just you and your buddy Botrix hanging out there, Peter. Holding down the fort. I have to say, Peter, you're probably my first consistent cnotbusch lurker over on. Oh, hey. Looks like we didn't connect to Facebook. That's weird. You play a crucial role. Crucial role. There, Peter. Holding down the fort over on YouTube. All right. Yes, we did successfully last night. We got a big tip came in from 70 grade for the remaining 200 and some odd dollars. So our goal is officially finished. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. And a big thank you to Focus Entertainment for making this project we're about to work on happen. They're launching their new game, Space Marine 2, from the Warhammer 40k universe, and they've commissioned us to sculpt a host of Tyranids, or swarm of Tyranids, if you will. This is our sketch that we produced. You know what? Let me go wash this paint off of my hands really quick, and then we'll jump into the work. But we sculpted the top half of the head of one of the Tyranids yesterday, and so now we're going to do the bottom jaw and the top part. There's kind of like a carapace bug shell top part. We're going to be doing that today. So now the bottom jaw, we're going to make it detachable, so that way we can kind of mold and cast the jaw separate, and then that's how we'll make variation between all the different guys. Is we'll have some of them with their mouth wide open, some of them with their mouth closed, some of them in between, you know. So, and then we'll just kind of sculpt the connecting tissue individually and the teeth individually, but that won't take any time at all. So, all right, I'll be right back. Okay. Hello, Steven. Let's see, we need our C1 separator. Oh, wrong filter. You were painting yesterday. There we go. So the best way to sculpt the bottom jaw and make it come off is to essentially just, we're going to put some C1 separator on the bottom here, and we're going to simply sculpt it right onto the character, and this will cause it to disconnect after baking. So this is the detailing work I was able to, I did a little bit of a session on it before I tossed it in the oven, but turned out really good. Okay, so first step, a little brush here. We're gonna, a high quality upstandard brush here. Poor brushes. This is where brushes go to spend eternity, never to be thrown away and used for all kinds of things. Poor brushes. Okay. So we're going to put some of this C1 separator. Okay, so I just used the heat gun there to cause it to dry really quickly. And now we're just gonna slap some clay on there. Start forming the shape of our jaw. I think the bottom jaw actually sticks out a little bit forward. We'll just get a good base layer started here. Alright, Saturday. We'll catch you later. We'll see you on Sunday. Or I mean, I'm streaming tomorrow. Special luxurious Saturday stream. Little overtime this week. No days off.
Listen closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
Silly Cubes, hey. Thank you so much for the 6 months, my friend. I appreciate that. And for being our first subscriber of the day. Thank you. Thanks for the support there, Silly Cubes. Will this have a light up feature? No plan on any light up feature. Light up feature, what usually determines a light up feature is if it's something the client wants in the budget for the piece, because it usually adds cost to the project. So well, hello there, Mr. Sarab. It did say Prime, yeah. So you're still under a Prime sub. No, not yet, Sarah. We're gonna, I put some C1 separator on the bottom here, and we're gonna sculpt the jaw so it fits, you know, it's form fitting. And then we need to sculpt the top part of the head too, and then we can mold and cast the top and start molding and casting the top and the bottom jaw while we work on other kind of parts. She's better, yeah. I mean, not 100% still, but you know how it is. It's like every day gets a little bit better, so she's on the good road. She's been having lots of cnotbusch teas and concoctions. Here, drink this. Tastes terrible. What is it? Actually, we don't have to worry about that because she lost her taste. It's 5 spoonfuls of cayenne pepper in water. No, actually, you know what's an underrated thing to add into tea or into your coffee if you feel something coming on is cinnamon, actually. I love cinnamon, yeah, that's right. Just chew a handful of garlic. Yeah. Yeah, raw. I'll straight up chew and eat a raw clove of garlic without hesitation if I feel something coming. That'll teach it. Ah, trying to set up base camp in my environment. Yeah, we'll show you. Time to become a desolate wasteland of garlic and cinnamon. Staying active. Yeah, well, it's also, we really underestimate how much or how little sun we get in this modern era, you know? And really trying to make the effort to get out there and be in the sunlight as much as you can. Because I'm sure that had a lot to do with it too. Right, with too much. Nice. Well, the thing about spice, a lot of people think you're born with spice tolerance, but that's totally not the case. It's an acquired thing. The more you eat spicy stuff, the more tolerant you get to it. The spicier you need it to be feel that spice. So, if you want to enjoy spicy foods, all you gotta do is start eating them. Just start with, like, you know, start with adding a little bit more pepper to your food. Peppercorn. Then kind of elevate from there. Maybe jalapeno next. Will the clay work on the arms / legs, or is it too brittle? I thought about using bamboo, flour, label sticks. Now this clay, so this clay is called cast clay, and when you bake this clay, when you cure it, it's actually flexible like rubber. See that? So yeah, it's definitely fine for all the limbs and whatnot. When the burn lasts, yeah. You just played a level you weren't ready for yet. That's all. Trench everything in hot sauce and yeah. What's the great news? Yeah, I missed it. All I see is yes. And then Syrup says, great news, glad to hear it. Oh. Oh, Syrup said it, okay. Not Clayton. I was like, wait, what did Clayton say? Yes, we did. Yep. We had somebody come in yesterday and drop like $250. Mr. 70 grade. Very kind of him. A good fellow. Well, like I said, this is the test round to see how well that would do, and if that does well, we can certainly continue. I'll start figuring out and planning what our next operation will be. Um, Good question there, Sherwin. Good morning, Moxie. Question is, what glue do you use to fix your sculptures when you have something that breaks? You discovered cosplay 2 weeks ago and made your first polymer figure last week and had a hard time to repair broken parts. Was sculpting with cheap air dry clay before. Okay. Now, are the broken parts on the polymer clay or are they on the cheap air dry clay? That's my question. Because once you switch to cosplay, you should be very rarely dealing with any sort of breakage unless it's undercooked. So we want to address that. If you undercook cosplay, if you don't cook it hot enough for long enough, it becomes brittle. My student actually, my student Greg was having issues with his sculpture breaking. You know, we're working on a sculpture together, start to finish, and he was having his piece like cracking at the knees and all this weird stuff was going on. I'm like, what the heck's going on, man? Well, he realized he bought some of the liquid mediums from cosplay and then read the label and saw that it said 275 Fahrenheit. And then he read the box of clay again and saw that it said 275 Fahrenheit. And then realized he's been baking his sculptures at 175 Fahrenheit. And I was like, ah, well, there you go. The mystery has been solved. It's good. So he baked it at the proper temperature, and now all the problems are gone. So yeah, is the breakage happening on your... I've seen cosplay next to Fimo baked clays in rainbow colors. Does it stay usable till it's baked? The flexible medium is not something I've used. All air dry or polymer. It's polymer clay, Wombles. So if you've worked with polymer clay before, it's going to be exactly the same. The only difference, major difference, is you need to be very particular about the baking time and temperature. Meaning, you know, other polymer clays I've worked with, it was okay if you baked it at a lower temperature, different times. You know, it seemed like everybody had a different way of baking. But with cosplay, it's very important that you are baking it at the right temperature for the right amount of time. So just be a little more... Pretty much anything over 40 minutes, you're safe. 275 over 40 minutes, you can bake everything just at that, and you'll be fine. Thick or thin, doesn't matter. So, because the problem is not over baking, that's not an issue. The issue is under baking and making your work fragile, brittle, which kind of reduces the point of using cosplay. On my cosplay one, I don't have the technique. I never sculpted polymer clay before. I'm new at sculpting in reality. I had broken a little piece, I don't know how to say it in English. Some hair broke when you're in the painting. Okay. That can happen. Well, okay, so if baking wasn't the problem, then it might have been that it wasn't attached well enough. So I would just reattach it with super glue. As long as that's the case. If it's breaking because it's undercooked, then it has to be cooked again in order to really fix the problem. Was it like, were the hair pieces cracking in the middle of the piece, or was it detaching from the part that was connected? You know what I mean? Like, was it disconnecting like right here where the piece of clay attached to the other piece of clay, or was it breaking like cracking right in the middle of the piece? Because if it's cracking in the middle of the piece, it's probably from it not being baked properly. If it's just detaching, it just wasn't attached well enough. And if that's the case, you just use super glue and reattach it. For small pieces, you know. Any large pieces that you need to fix, you do, I use like Magic Sculpt or something. Right, yeah. those hair pieces should be really flexible, really bendable, so they shouldn't be breaking. It's kind of like a xenomorph. It's a Tyranid from Warhammer 40k universe. No, you're good. Okay. Well, that's good that you isolated that. So yeah, just use some super glue and just stick it back on there. And it should be fine. Some tweezers and some super glue so you can get it right in the right position. And if you have, or if you can get some of this, this makes life a lot easier when working with super glue. Some sort of, this is called an accelerator. Essentially, you spray it on an area that you've applied super glue, and it makes it instantly cure or instantly go off. It'll revolutionize the way you use super glue. I highly recommend. Revolutionary. Called a kicker. Kicks things off. The meter's gone because we did hit the goal, yes. Got a nice nice contribution came in last night from 70 grade to finish it off. The nail in the coffin. Hey, thanks. Hello, Siley. Toto, hello, Toto. Yeah, you can finish pieces like I did here, and then add, and then bake, and then add, and then bake as many times as you want. But I recommend getting this. It's a glue, an oven curing adhesive that Cosplay makes, and you paint this on the surface you're adding new stuff to, and that will really make sure that it sticks. If you can't get that, there's other alternatives, like Sculpting makes a version of their glue. I prefer the Cosplay glue, but if you can't get it, then just get another oven cure adhesive, polymer clay adhesive. And if you can't get that either, then you can use petroleum jelly. We'll do a similar job. So. I totally agree, Looper. Yeah, it's awesome. Really, really great. You must pay the toll to cross my bridge, and that is not enough. Do not pass go, Merrick. Gotta pay the toll. Hey, thanks a lot, Mr. Merrick. Thank you for the $7 tip, my friend. I appreciate it. You really want to be able to learn sculpting? Well, I offer free sculpture learning classes. You can follow along at any skill level, even if you're just starting. And you can learn the way I sculpt, and I'll at least get the ball rolling for you. Check out, there's playlists on YouTube and on Twitch. Guess I'm stuck here. Yeah, the bridge is the way out of the cnotbusch kingdom. And what you guys don't know is the toll, the bridge keeper that collects the tolls is told to always say it's not enough. Perpetually stuck here forever. Every cnotbusch kingdom dweller, it's just everybody's running their own swindle operation. The wizard. The fishermen, they're all in on it. But no, yeah, the support from the class has been very valuable. Definitely, it's really it's paid some grocery bills that otherwise we wouldn't have had anything for. So it's been really good. Yeah. See, there's really a whole story going on there. The traveler shows up with his backpack full of goods. Then he gets it all swindled away from the bridge meister and the wizard and the fisherman. He buys overpriced pottery. Then he has to resort to thievery to survive, and then ultimately ends up in the dungeon. It's a whole story. buys an axe from the blacksmith that falls apart after a couple of swings. Left to find work as a blacksmith. Oh no, blacksmith's in on it too. I will need to bake this after the jaw is done. So I think what we'll do is we'll get to figure out the proportions for the claw. And we'll start sculpting the claw while this is baking. The claw. Hey, Gravity, how you doing? Hello, Corn. A little bit. The way we'll deal with the inside of the mouth is we'll Dremel it out. It is Friday, that's right. Just a friendly reminder, there will be a stream tomorrow. It's all hands on deck, double overtime this week. Okay, I need to look for a particular tool. I was looking for it yesterday. Wall stylus. For this project, yeah. And Sunday too, so there's we're going to push back the dragon class on Sunday. And we'll be working on this. Because, to be honest, it's going to be trying to fit it all in. It's going to be pretty rough. But so there'll be a 4-hour stream tomorrow and on Sunday. Working on this piece. But then that'll be the last, yeah, I got to catch up on homework too. That'll be the last day working on this piece until we come back from Germany mid-November. Then we pick that back up. Okay. Give everyone a chance to catch up on your dragon, myself included. And yes, of course, Merrick. That's definitely good. The expediting something to get done definitely has to cost, so. Mom and Pop quit smoking or something. Something like that. Mom and Pop's quits job and moves to the countryside. It's a homesteading channel. Raising chickens and stuff. With fiber internet. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's a lot of fiber artists in the cnotbusch kingdom. Hello, Lucas. How you doing, my friend? Me and the missus started watching the new Outlast on Netflix. Anybody watching that? But it's like a team version of Outlast, and what an interesting dynamic. They figured out a way to inject drama into the serene, peaceful outdoor survival show. I'm not saying I don't like it. It's juicy already in episode 1. You've not heard of it? Oh, check it out. So the show alone was originally, it was a bunch of survivalists essentially dumped out in usually Alaska or northern Canada, and to survive as long as they can. And the winner gets a lot of money. And usually it's like right before winter's about to kind of start. So it's like in the fall, they get you know, a bit of time in the fall, and then it starts gradually going into winter. Yeah, I watched all the Alones. It's a really great show. And then they just, this season and the previous season, they've changed it up where it's teams of 4 people surviving, and they get a little bit more like survival gear, and they're all, you know, expert survivalists, and it's just really interesting. And of course they've worked in multiple teams, and one of the rules is you have to have a team. You always have to have a team. You can't ever be solo. So it creates all kinds of interesting situations of so meanwhile they're out there, like, you know, pretty much starving, surviving the elements and lack of food and lack of sleep and cold, and then at the same time you get this whole game going on of the drama, the human drama game. The guy, yeah, Roland. I think Roland will always be he was like a superhero on Alone. I don't think there'll ever be a better one than Roland. He was not surviving, he was thriving. He had like a solid stone house, eating tons of fish, stacks of wood, killed a buffalo with a pocket knife. Like, come on. There's no... Pretty intense. Fridge of stone. Yeah, he had a whole fridge. Oh man. I think he'll always be the greatest Alone contestant that ever lived. I'm glad the one he won was the $1 million one. Well earned, sir. Hey, what's up, Ginger? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Sorry, I was in a a rant about Alone, the show. How you doing? How was your stream? Come on in. We're doing some sculpting. We're sculpting a Tyranid swarm from the game Space Marine 2, Warhammer 40k universe. We've been commissioned by the makers of the game, Focus Entertainment, to bring this piece to life. You can type in !war to go get a link to go check it out. I believe it fully releases on the 9th, so, and it's epic. You can see people playing it on stream. I played it too. Very nice. I believe I haven't gotten far into the game, but I think they even added there's a co-op side of the game, which is cool. You can play with, I think, up to like 3 or 4 friends. And then I think there's even gonna be a kind of like a PvP mode. So that'll be pretty sweet. It reminds me if there's gonna be a PvP mode, I bet you it'll remind me a lot of how Gears of War was. Only played the first Gears of War, but I remember the kind of combat style. I was getting those kind of vibes from the way the characters moved and stuff. Good. That's good, PB. Yeah, I like learning those old school bushcraft survival skills. You know, making a gill net, stuff like that. Hallo, wie geht's es dir? Wie geht's dir? Willkommen. Ragnarok. I'll be in Deutschland soon. Middle of October. My wife is from Germany. That's right. That's why I have a little bit of German. A little bit of German linguistics. Just spending time with my family. My wife's family. We're gonna be up there for a month. I'll also be attending a polymer clay convention over in Czechoslovakia. Polymer Week is hosting their annual polymer clay convention. They've asked me to join them. I've set aside my hermit tendencies and said yes, I shall. There's a chance we might try and get a stream going while we're there. See how it'll work logistically, but Polymer Week is a kind of like a magazine. Pretty involved in the greater polymer clay community. So. Good morning, Norse Eric. Happy Friday, my friend. How you doing? They still make magazines, I know, right? They do. It's actually really nice. It's a nice one. I think that it's like an annual thing, and it's nice. It's a nice quality, more of like a book. I think you can get the digital version, or you can get the print. Up early, figured you tune in. Looks great. Hey, thanks. Yeah, we've been commissioned by the makers of Space Marine 2, Focus Entertainment, and bringing to life this piece here. I don't know what it's called now. You know what I'm talking about. The German neighbors. I just know it's like a 4-hour car ride from where I'll be, so I won't be taking a car though. I'll be hopping on a train to get there. There you go. Mystery solved. I think I have one of their editions. I was featured on there. I was featured one year. Well, I don't think this is the magazine, but this is what they sent. This is a book they sent. I don't know if I know where the magazine is. I think it's stashed away somewhere. Oh, there you go. Thank you, cnotbusch. Great work. A fine, upstanding kingdom worker. Polymer week, yeah. With a just Polymer week. Is it in the city of Prague? No, it's like an hour away from Prague. That would have been cool to see the city. Does using the phone sore your neck after a bit? What, the camera? No, it doesn't. Mm-mm. I don't have any sort of back pain from sitting or doing the work. Any sort of problems like that. The camera actually help. You would think it wouldn't, but it helps me stay sitting upright and postured. No, it's not a phone, it's a webcam. This right here is just a webcam. Posture of steel. Yeah, I'm not allowed to. I can't lean into my work. See, it says otherwise the camera goes down. So I have to sit straight up. I have to lift my work to my face instead of my face to my work. I mean, they're designed to be pieces of artwork that you display once they're finished. So most of my work is commissioned, so people and companies will commission me to make certain things, and there you go. That's about it. Okay. Alles klar. Tschüss. Bis dann. Well, you can exclamation point war will give you a link to the game that this is from. You can go check it out. It's pretty sweet looking game. The Warhammer universe is pretty awesome. So this is the project here. This is the sketch or the idea that we're going with. We're making the head to one of these little guys here. You can see we went a little bit bigger, but that's okay. And yeah, so we're creating the head and the pieces to kind of come apart, and then we're going to duplicate them to create the all the little horde at the bottom here, and then we'll make this big one here separate. Oh yeah, Spawny? Right. Nurgles, and the orcs are essentially a fungus. Tyranids, these are called Tyranids. They're your classic bug, alien, swarm, hive mind type of creature. Classic. $50-mile yard sale. That's a big yard sale. Right, yeah, so we have one of the larger beasties. I'm not too sure exactly what it'll be. It'll be either Swarm Lord, Hive Tyrant, or Carnifex. So one big one, and then a bunch of kind of Hormagaunts swarming around it, you know. Classic swarming fashion. So we're sculpting the Hormagaunt. And I'm designing this in a way that I'll be able to take it apart and duplicate the pieces. Neurolictor. It has to be, so what I want to do is I want to confirm and make sure whatever big one we pick is actually in the game, you know, because this is for the developers of Space Marine 2, so I just want to make sure I just want to make sure that they're actually creatures in the game. I know I've seen the Carnifex. Right, and the Swarm Lords can, right? Hive Tyrants. My original idea was a Hive Tyrant, so I just, like I said, I want to make sure it's actually something that we see in there. I imagine so. I imagine that a lot of them will make a presence. Looks like I have to do some gaming for the sake of work. Sorry. I must binge this game for research purposes. I'll probably end up watching it, to be honest, while I'm working on other things. I have time because we're probably not going to start the larger one till we're back from Germany, so we have time for people to play through the game, and I'll be able to see all the I'll probably just search up all the boss fights in Space Marine 2 and watch them and see which creatures are there. Slightly off topic, I'm taking a figure sculpting class next month. I wanted to do some human head sketch sculpts to practice. Only did that one head so far. Any suggestions? Do figure sculpting class. I mean, is it gonna be the full? It's probably gonna be the full human form there, Norse Eric. Trying to think. You're probably gonna benefit most from if you can get some Chavant clay, like this brown stuff here, and just practice building up the human form in like a sketching manner. Don't do any detail work, because I guarantee you, in this class, they're not gonna do any detail work. So it is, yeah. I found myself staring at a lot of walls there, Spawny. That's a very beautiful game. So what I would do is just get print off. This is what you do. Okay, so you get some of this clay, print off a human's, like a 8-inch figure, and use that to build like a perfect armature, essentially, like a very anatomically correct armature. Then you're going to use the clay, heat it up, and sketch the whole human figure in one sitting. Okay, 1 or 2 sittings. Okay, don't try not to get pulled into doing detail work. Then you're gonna take the clay and you're gonna pull it off of the armature and do it again, and just do that a few times. Then when you go to this class, you're gonna be like miles above the I don't know how much time you have, but oh yeah, next month. Okay, so yeah, do that a few times, and then when you get to the class, you'll be approaching it with a more kind of revised anatomy, and make sure you're using your reference while you're doing it. But trust me when I say details and finishing and texturing and all that stuff takes the most time and is least important. It's technically the least important. So just doing that, sketching and building up the human form a few times will give you a good base anatomy knowledge and proportion knowledge and all that stuff. So that's I think that's probably the best thing you could do. you also you'll figure out real quick where your weak spots are. There's always certain parts of the anatomy that we just have a hard time wrapping our mind around. Oh, okay, well then do the same thing, but just do the head. Yeah, do the human head, but don't, like I said, don't waste your time on details and texturing and finishing. Just sketch, just stay loose with it and sketch out the human head. Yeah, and don't, you know, don't be like rendering the eyes fully and all that stuff. Just okay. So just kind of create a bust armature and do the same process, but with a human head. Find a reference of a front and side view of somebody. And just try your best to get it looking proportionally correct. Yeah, sure. That's exciting. I've always wanted to go and do stuff like that to, you know, I've never done any sort of classes or, you know, sessions like that. Just go do them and sharpen the, it's like sharpening the tools, you know. And every artist, everyone that's a teacher is going to have a different thing to, you know, offer, essentially. Different golden nuggets of information and little tricks and techniques. Okay. So this is done and ready to bake, but before we toss it in the oven, we are going to start the blade of the creature here. Just need to make sure we got, it's got like the scythe blade part. We're gonna start sculpting that, so while this is baking we have something to work on. Just need to get a good measurement on this. I mean, it looks about, let's see, that's a good side view. Let me get my calipers here. Okay. 1, 2. It's like 2, slightly over 2. That'll be a future YouTube channel idea there, Spider. Just start attending, just travel around attending intro level sculpting courses. Pretending to be a noob the whole time. That was my first time. Oh, I don't know where it came from. No, I didn't even do it. I never even done any art growing up. You know, I liked to make mud pies when I was younger. Maybe that has something to do with it. Okay, so got just over 2 heads in size here. Okay. Probably need a bigger piece. Just a little bit bigger. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, so we have our head measurement. Let's take our pasta machine and roll out a little sheet here. Just a little heads up, the Metronet people are all around doing work, so I don't think there will be a problem, but there might be a chance we get disconnected. They're throwing some elbows, because I remember I'm not on Metronet yet. I'm a customer for the other internet service provider, so those workers start throwing around some elbows on the lines. See, I think it should be okay though, but just in case, it has to say something. Okay, let's do a 3. Oh, we're gonna just add some clay glue here. And we're gonna sculpt this blade in half, essentially. And then we bake it and then sculpt the other half. All right, there's our size and rough shape of the blade. So go ahead and, actually we'll leave that there. And now that we have this, we can put this in the oven and then keep working on this. So Let me go put that in the oven and grab some coffee. Good morning, Mother. She's doing good. She's definitely doing better. Still battling it, but definitely much better. So, all right. Hey, when I get back, Norris Eric, we'll take a look at what you got there, my friend. All right. I'll be right back. All right, got that in the oven. We can go ahead and work on these blades here. Okay. Let's see. Let's actually cut it out. Hello, Toadstool. Good morrow to you. I'll bring it slightly shorter, maybe about right here. On your way to work, all right. Friday. Gotta love Friday. Yes, yes we did, Norse Eric. Just by the hair on our chinny chin chin. Exactly. Oh yeah, let me go check out your stuff. Hold on. Almost forgot. Let's see. 8 inches tall. Okay. Oh, and if you're doing female heads, that takes practice, my friend. Female characters, they're hard. You're on the right track, though, for sure. Just have to keep, yeah, female characters are really, really hard. So, just embrace the challenge. There's kind of like a different set of rules. Oh, I saw that spider. It's not often somebody gets a t-shirt, so I got a little email. I'm like, hey, somebody's getting the cnotbusch shirt. Very good. May the cnotbusch logo contend with your heartstrings and make you paint more. it'll be sitting staring at you across the room, making you feel bad for not painting. Yeah, it looks good. So yeah, with female figures, it's just about really studying each part of especially the face and the body. It's just like a completely different set of rules compared to like male characters. So yeah, you're on the right track. Repetition will help iron out small little anatomical things. Very good, my friend. The next class should be a mermaid, so we can really struggle. Grandpa mermaids. All right, guys, we're gonna do Grandpa Merman. Look, my intention is to keep you guys sculpting, not scare you away from it. So we'll hold off on doing any female characters for a little while. Old man of the lake. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, it's not easy. It's challenge. It's probably one of the hardest things. It's definitely one of the hardest things in the sculpting world. Get off my shore. Yeah. There we go. Okay, now we have a character going on here. Old man of the lake with like a little shotgun, you know, sitting on the shore with his fishtail flopping in the water, you know. Dang hooligans come on down here every weekend and make a mess of my beach. That's true, yeah, I was showing off your stuff. I sure was. Kind of like a little thing here. All right, Spider. We'll catch you later, my friend. Well, it's the thing Norse Eric is working on has some nudity in it. That's why he doesn't want to post it on the creative corner. Which I can respect that. Need to get the censor tape. Censor fig leaf, yeah. Probably the easiest. Just get some pieces of tape, like blue painter's tape or something. Next time you take some photos of the progress, since it's baked. Look at you kids getting rowdy. Yeah, kids are getting rowdy again. Sculpting a scythe blade. Tyranid. Scythe blade. You don't understand? You don't speak English. Okay. Sorry. Maybe next time. Let's see here. Let's zoom in. Enhance. Hello, Hexy. Welcome home, Gravity. Oh yeah. It's like a praying mantis claw, if you will. These creatures have these kind of praying mantis like scythe claws. Really? It's an awful lot of things I make that look like a resemblance to your ex-wife there, Jones. One does start to wonder. Employ away. Alright, Toadstool. See you later, my friend. Yeah, you're right, Looper. Taserface, Bango Bongo. Quite colorful names indeed. Alright, Hexy. Hobble away. Let's start doing these little details here on this bone. Just giving you a compliment on the creativity of your name there, Bango Bongo. I mean, Looper technically was.
Well done, brave hero. Your labor has borne fruit. Enjoy these goods as a reward for your dedication.
Why, hello there, Looney Lorna. Tier 2 sub, 29 months of support. Thank you so much there, Looney Lorna. It's been a pleasure to have you in the cnotbusch Kingdom. You've spent 5 months of eternity so far. 5 months. 5 months of forever. Okay, dried mandrake and bone rejuvenating tonic. What is your choice? Choose your destiny, Looney Lorna. Mandrake. Taking the mandrake route. Okay. There we go. This is our first wisdom of the day, I think. The scars you bear are badges of courage, earned through your battles. Indeed. Both external and internal, right? Yeah, Emma's fine. I'm alright. I was just seeing another guy hit. Emma has a very, like her daddy, has a very strong immune system. She is feeling better, yeah. Still not 100%, but definitely on the road, so. That's funny. Yeah, but think of all the immune system training you're getting on a daily basis. You're gonna have to go roll around in the dirt to compensate. And there's a claw that comes out of the top here, but we're not going to sculpt that part. We're just going to make a hole where it goes. Nice, Jones. Lester, how you doing? That's a little bit hot. Okay, there we go. Got the head out of the oven. I'll need that to cool before we can remove the jaw. Me too. So we got about 5 days to work on it till Sunday essentially, and then it'll have to be, then it's put on pause until mid-November is when we pick it back up. We come back. So we're just gonna push and try to get as much done as we can. Your little scratchy tool there. Creature modder. Is that the one that's got like it kind of looks like a moose creature, but it's got a bunch of like human arms on its head? Thinking of the right thing. Armored moose from the movie The Ritual. I feel like I've seen that one. I can't remember. My memory is waning. How we doing? Is this cool enough yet? Yeah, it's close enough. Let's just brush down this here. And then get this cooking. Cooking in the cookery. That didn't take too long, did it? That's right, Jones. The weekend of the 6th, I think. That's unfortunate. Hey, Blitz, wonderful. Make sure you go and check out the sculpting tutorial series I have posted. There's 2 classes available, one that's currently in the works, which is how to sculpt a dragon, and then one that's finished, which is how to sculpt a woodland gremlin start to finish. So lots of free learning resource available for you. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate that. Well, Sarah's not going to be able to make it this year, so maybe it'll work out for next year. If it's not working out for you, that's cool. We'll just have to make it happen next year. Okay, I'm gonna go toss this in the oven, this blade here, and then we're gonna move on to the next stage on the head here. I'll be right back. How's the big insect going so far? We're working on the small ones right now, but then we'll be switching to the big one. So let me go toss this in the oven. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I have returned. Hello, unit. How you doing? Alright, that part's in the oven. Now, we are going to remove this bottom jaw here. And then once we remove this bottom jaw, we will sculpt these top scales here. We also have to add the eyeball at some point as well. We'll probably do the top scale and the eyeball. Just a second. Okay. All right, that worked out great. Easy peasy. Okay, just gonna rip that off. So we'll clean up the inside of this with the Dremel tool, but we don't need to do that right now. Oh, this blade's still. We'll just set that to the side for now. And let's get back onto this here. Let's maybe do the eyes first. A little bit of clay glue in there. Ball. Okay, now we'll do the other one. What's up, Angry? How you doing? Today's kingdom word of the day is upbraid. Find fault with someone, scold, criticize. Have you ever been upbraided for any of your work, cnotbusch? I've had some criticism, but positive ones, for sure. Over the years, of course. Not in a negative way, though. Positive critique. Constructive, yeah. Constructive criticism. It's always a good thing if you're open for it. There's always there's a part of us that has a knee-jerk reaction to respond negatively to positive criticism. So just have to not give into that. Really try to absorb what the person's saying. But that's also why I'd never give criticism to anybody unless it's something they're open for, that they want, because it does no good if it doesn't sink in, you know what I mean? Might as well say nothing at all. Sounds good. Well, I consider if somebody shares their work with me and wants me to take a look at it as an open invitation to criticism. There's just certain like if somebody's new in sculpture and they're growing their skill, there's obvious things that they need to work on, but it's just, you know, pointing out every little type of flaw or something with a piece of work. I'm not sure if that is as helpful. Pointing out the real obvious things is good, but small, subtle shifting and like there's no amount of criticism you can give to help someone understand anatomy better or proportion better, other than just continue, you know, just keep practicing, keep sharpening your ability to see proportion and anatomy. Like, you know, telling somebody if something's obviously off, like with muscles or proportion, pointing it out is good, but ultimately yeah, there's kind of a line there. I at least I think so, where people just need more repetition, and everything will fall into place pretty naturally. That's like kind of what I see with yours there, Norse Eric. There's a lot of subtle, small things that need to be tweaked and changed, but nothing too crazy or major. You're definitely on the right path. Just have to keep pushing, learning. Yes?
Got a snack for you.
A snack for me?
Chocolate.
What? Oh.
I'm
Wow, this is so fancy. A nice deluxe bar of chocolate. Wonderful.
hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, I certainly will. Thank you.
Mom said I'm gonna have cake later.
Cake? What? What cake?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Gotta love weekend, right? Yep. All right. Mm-hmm. What's up? What are you painting? Welcome. Since you're new here, my name is cnotbusch. I make custom sculptures, start to finish. Merci. Merci chocolate. Hazelnuts and almonds. Milchnuss. Mandel Milchnuss. I don't know, is it Ina's, we have a friend that's from Germany. Originally, she immigrated to the States back in the 80s, but she dropped off a care package for Ina because she wasn't feeling well. Chocolates and soup and all that stuff. I shall partake in the spoils. Okay. Back to work. Exactly what Bango Bongo said, though. Mileage is just an absolute requirement. Tips and tricks can go far, but ultimately, we just need to be getting projects under our belts. These 5 tips will make your first sculpture, your first ever sculpture, perfect. Sounds like I need a copy pasta that, save it for my next YouTube post. Whatever it is you're sculpting, just brush a bunch of squiggly X's over it, and brush it down with alcohol. Easy win. Alright, yeah, sounds good there, Norse Eric. I can definitely let you know what I see. Norse Eric is ready for pain. The sting. Pain you shall have, my friend. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Now let's begin sculpting the top of the head here. I'm tempted to add a little bit of armature wire for the nose spike here. Maybe a little bit. Probably would not regret that. Let's grab a little small drill bit. Oh, wait.
Welcome, new adventurer, to a land of great deeds and bravery. Thanks be to our recruiter for their wise choice.
An anonymous gifter. Hey, thank you so much for gifting that sub out to the community. Whoever you are, I appreciate it. This is a harmonica holder with a webcam inserted. This is. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the support. Okay. Surely I have a smaller drill bit in here. A little bit big. Oh, I think I have another place for drill bits. Maybe not. Okay. So I just did the little super glue with some activator. Give us some structure to work off of. Let's see. Just want to make sure it's pretty centered here. Now we're going to add clay glue and start sculpting the top of his head here. Give a mullet. I use a 91%, I believe, isopropyl alcohol. It's really aggressive, so you just want to use, if you want to smooth things out slower, just you don't drench the brush, kind of wipe off the excess before you apply it. But I like a faster acting alcohol. All right. It's our nice base structure. And we'll build up the shapes. I believe 13 years. Started in 2011. Lurking for a while there, Metals. How's it going, sister? Be at easel. How are you doing? What's that? It's an alien tick. I mean, kind of. It's a Tyranid from the Warhammer 40k universe. This was commissioned by the Focus Entertainment Company in light of their launch of their new game, Space Marine 2. They have commissioned me to bring this project to life. Hey, thanks for popping in, my friend. We'll see you around. The lovely piano and lectura. Hello. Hola. Hey, well, I appreciate that, Angry. Thank you very much for saying that. and we're happy to have you here. Thanks for supporting my work. No, Justin TV was around when I started, but I decided to start streaming on Twitch because I had enough sense I could see that Justin TV was on its way out. So even though at the time I probably should have started there, because I wasn't doing gaming content, I just knew Twitch was kind of gonna be the bigger place to be. So I started streaming on Twitch back in 2011 doing sculpture, and then yeah, I ultimately became the first non-gaming partner on Twitch. So, and shortly after that, they kind of merged Justin TV into Twitch. Yeah, back when I started streaming, it was the TOS was only game related content was the TOS of the time. So I was squeaking by because I was making game characters, so technically it was game related, even though it wasn't gaming. But yeah, did really well, and Twitch liked what I was doing, so they partnered me. Became the first non-gaming partner. I didn't realize when I started streaming on Twitch that it was so early in Twitch's kind of existence. You always assume when you start doing something that it's been around for a long time, but Twitch was just kind of getting going, so I was really a part of it from almost the very beginning. I actually think I'm in the top 200 people to even be partnered altogether. Because back when I was starting, there was no affiliate program. It was just partnership, and partnership was actually really hard to get. They were very, very picky about who they partnered. So. It was quite a crazy time. I still remember when even like alerts, pop-ups on the stream was like a revolutionary thing. Like, what? Oh, cool. Could make a pop-up happen when a subscriber would subscribe. No way. The running zombie. Yeah. No, I think the first version I saw was Dan's Gaming had a programmer develop a whole system for him. Yeah, got that big money. He can just do stuff like that. I want to say Dan's Gaming was probably the first one to bring to the light alerts. I could be wrong, but I just know he was one of the first ones I saw doing it. Back in my day. But where is he now? I think he's still here. Is he? I don't know. I haven't checked on him in a while. Yeah, right. It's good to be reminded our time is limited here. The older we get, the more reminders we get to use our time wisely. Every day is a new opportunity. We all have our leisure time activities. Nobody's perfect. It is, yeah. Keeps things in check. Balances out the week. I tell you what I'm gonna be leisurely doing later. Cracking open a nice cold German beer whilst grilling some delicious steaks outside. That's what I'm gonna be doing for my leisure time this evening. Probably drawing with chalk on the sidewalk with Emma whilst waiting for the grilled meats to finish. Yeah, actually, I buy the I get the charcoal, the whole charcoal, not the briquettes, but the whole chunk lump charcoal, I think is what it's called. And those make really great. Those pieces from that make really great sidewalk chalk. So I have her. What? The HOA in your neighborhood doesn't like sidewalk chalk art? Oh my goodness. I'll never live in a HOA place. We got bonfires in the front yard here. We got old rusty trucks that have been sitting out front for years and years. We got sidewalk chalk art. We got full-fledged backyard gardens with chickens running everywhere. Dogs running all over the place. That's what I'm talking about. I'd prefer that. Personally. I want to pet a chicken so bad. I was walking my dog one morning, walking past one of my neighbors who has chickens, And there was a little corner of the fence. There was a hole. He wasn't even up yet, but I'm just walking by. All of a sudden, I see chickens just like roaming around by the fence in the front yard. And as I get closer, they slowly like all slink away back into the hole. Like, ah, you chickens. What are you doing? What are you doing, you chickens? I should really let them know though that we heard some coyotes, I think, messing around in the garden. And one, it was last night, or oh no, it was the night before, I think. Get some coyotes roaming around out there. I said, we're just gonna casually go back into our backyard here. You didn't see nothing, buddy. I finally got around to baking my first loaf of spelt flour bread. If anyone out there has a gluten intolerance or just looking to live a little healthier, I highly recommend checking it out. Spelt flour. I don't think it has any gluten, but it's a grain just like modern wheat. It's an ancient grain that hasn't been modified or changed. Super nutritious and good for you. It doesn't spike your sugar levels like modern bread does. Good stuff. And it tastes really good. Texture's good, tastes good, it's just really nice. Spelt, yeah. I want to experiment with all the other ancient grains. There's all these different grains that most of us have never even tried. I want to learn them all. Some amaranth bread, einkorn, buckwheat. Yep. I have some buckwheat flour. I want to start getting the whole berries. You get the whole kind of wheat kernel, and then you get a little machine for milling, and just kind of mill it fresh each time, because the grains will store. Yeah, we don't realize how much the modern wheat that we consume has been altered and changed, and I really think a lot of our health issues stem, that's at least one of the reasons, is modern wheat. So I've been wanting to figure out alternatives, and there's plenty of them out there. Like I said, the problem is convenience, right? You can't just go to the store and buy a loaf of spelt flour bread, you know. Oh, yeah. Let me show you a slice of spelt flour bread. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Nice and soft. I'm pretty sure, you have to double check me on this, but I'm pretty sure this is a gluten-free bread. So way more flavorful, packed with nutrients, gluten-free. Really easy to make. I think it was like 6 cups of spelt flour. I made a huge loaf. 6 cups of spelt flour, 1 egg, a half a cup of oil, I think. Half a cup of olive oil, half a cup of honey. I did 3. I always do a little bit more salt. 3 teaspoons of salt. and I think 4 teaspoons of yeast. When you go to Germany, do you notice a difference in the wheat? I think the wheat's the same. They use the same. The reason everybody's using this modern variation of wheat is because it's designed to be farmed really easily, you know, to be drought and insect and disease resilient, to grow shorter so the machines can harvest it easier. It has to specifically say, if it says just wheat, then it's probably the modern variation. It has to say that it's made with spelt or einkorn or buckwheat. There's a bunch of other ones too. As an Italian, my life revolves around bread, yeah. We've been trying to like not eat as much carbohydrates. But if you're going to, might as well get the good stuff, right? We have this machine called a Thermomix that is a very, very handy, especially if you make a lot of your own stuff. It's a machine that pretty much does everything. It will mix. You can even mill flour in it. That's pretty awesome. I'm still here. We were ranting about ancient grain bread, while enjoying a piece of spelt flour bread that I made from yesterday. Thermomix. It's called Thermomix. Like thermo. Now it's an expensive machine. We found ours used. But trust me when I say it's worth it 100%. We bought that before we found. Ina grew up with her mom using one of those. Ever since they came out, and yeah, it's an awesome machine. So I can put all the ingredients in there. It'll weigh everything. Like it has a scale, like a built-in digital scale, and then it'll mix the dough for it. Does like has a dough kneading mode, and then I just simply plop that into a tray, you know, and plop it into the dish, and then let it poof up, and then toss it in the oven. So yeah, I love that machine, and it's really built to last. Like that thing gets a lot of work, and no signs of anything weakening or anything like that. Bake it along with the clay, yeah. No. Oh, definitely not. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not cheap, but you certainly pay for what you get. And honestly, it's like the only kitchen appliance you need, because it does everything that all the other kitchen appliances do. Like I said, you probably have good luck. I found ours used. As soon as we learned we were gonna have a baby, I knew I wanted to get the machine so we could make our own baby food. It would make things a lot easier. It sure did. Some lady lived in Chicago. She actually had her own art gallery down there, which is kind of funny. And she used it like once or twice, and then didn't use it again. So we've had that one for like 5 years now. It's exciting. I think it's gonna work out really good here. And you have their jaws all nice and like twisted, and some with their mouth closed completely, half open, full open. And we're probably gonna have to do one side at a time. A 2-part mold. I could see maybe 2-part and then maybe even a 3rd part, like a 3-part mold. I'm making about 10 of these. Maybe we might make less because the scale did go up. The head ended up a bit bigger than I wanted, so we have to scale everything up. We'll see. Too early to tell. Yeah, this is commissioned by Focus Entertainment for the launch of the game Space Marine 2. That's just coming out. You can do !war. He'll give you a link to the game. Oh, there you go. A Tyranid fleet. A Tyranid fleet has assembled. Hey, when you get in the zone, time, it's like warp speed on the time there. Oh yeah, no worries. That's actually a rule. You only need to read the title if the title's incorrect, and then you have to tell me about that. That's like chat rule number 1. Only read the title if it's incorrect, and then let cnotbusch know that it's incorrect. And if the title is correct, don't read the title and ask instead what is being worked on. These are the rules of the chat. Too complicated around here. Or alternatively, ignore pinned messages and ask a question that the pinned message answers. We decree on this day, these are the rules in which the chat shall operate. Trust me, you don't stream for 13 years and be bothered by things like that. You're driving me mad. Yeah, it's totally what it is. It's totally what it is. Get jaded. Plus, without people coming in and asking frequently asked questions, stuff like that, it would become too quiet. I could probably have Colleen make a spreadsheet of everything that's ever been answered, to the point where like no one could say anything. Just, like silently point at the spreadsheet. Just use the AI. We'll use the spreadsheet and we'll train an AI to know everything on the spreadsheet. And literally every single question you could possibly think of has already been asked and answered. It would like give you like a little voice clip. The AI will clip all of the streams, and then every time someone types in chat question or comment, the AI automatically sends the proper voice clip of the answer already to them. There we go. It's the future. You ever lost a finger / a toenail? No, I actually don't think I have, to be honest. I've never lost a finger or toenail. Then I'll just make a silicone mask of myself and just stick it onto a 3D printer. And we'll like sculpt silicone hands to cover up all the workings of the 3D printer. There we go. And then I go and retire. I go play some video games.
to take a break for 1 second?
Take a break, daughter. I wonder, we might even do a 4-part mold. Possibly. 5-part mold. Something really complicated. Maybe. Yeah, you should do some traditional, yeah. Get a little side project going. Get your hands dirty. Okay, friends. We have to leave it there for now. Not bad, we sculpted the bottom jaw here. Made it detachable. I know it looks weird without his teeth, but I just have to pretend. We'll finish up this tomorrow, the top of the head, and get that cooked. And then we can start the duplication process. And then we also started another part. I am streaming tomorrow, yeah, that's why we're ending a little bit earlier today, because it's a full weekend income. Yeah, I'm sculpting. We'll be working on this piece tomorrow. Although I think I'll probably start a little bit later, probably like 9. Let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, maybe that's probably better. That way I can sleep in a little bit. So we'll do 9 to 1 tomorrow. And then Sunday, 9 to 1 as well. The game releases Monday, yeah, so it's kind of like a crunch time for the launch of the game here. So, and then next week we go back over to Echoes of Elysium to work on the last week of that piece. So, huge thank you to Focus Entertainment for bringing this project to life, supporting the heck out of my work. I really appreciate it. This is actually our third project working with them. This is the third kind of game launch piece that I've done. So it's becoming quite a relationship. We also sculpted this. We got this blade here done. So we'll remove that and sculpt the other side of it. Central time. So 9 a.m. Central. I'm not sure what the conversion is at. What's Pacific is that California? So that's like 7 a.m. your time, right? Yeah, 7. 7 to 11 Pacific Standard Time. But yeah, so no class this weekend. And yeah, just a little bit different. Things are a little bit different right now, I understand, but trust me, totally worth the shaking of our groove here. But yeah, let's find someone to raid. Thank you everybody for joining me. We're gonna get out of here. Different is scary. Gotta step outside of our comfort zone. Bango bongo. It's the only way to grow. Comfort is the enemy. Always remember that. Oftentimes we have situations in our day where one path is the uncomfortable path and the other path is the comfortable path. Try to choose the uncomfortable path willingly. Practice willful discomfort. It's a good thing. But me, I take the road less comfortable. Comfort is the enemy. Serub's 91-year-old gardener outside every day is taking the path of discomfort, I assure you. And much healthier for it. Let's see, who do we get online here? There's a lot of people we can go check out. Do we get, let's go, yeah, you know what, let's go raid Gingy Beer. I think we got raided by Gingy Beer. I don't know if we've raided them back yet. Gingy Beer. Ah, yes. Let us. Uh, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Central Time. 7 a.m. Pacific Standard. And we'll continue. We'll finish off the top of that head. Maybe carve out the inside of the mouth and start getting things figured out how we're going to duplicate this head. It's exciting. Experimentation time. Okay. Till next time, my friends. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for finishing our goal of the class. I really appreciate it, everybody. And have a good, well, I'd say have a good weekend, but we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.